President, please be seated. The chamber is now in session. Today we will continue to hear the testimony of a civil party, Jin Mate. The graphier, can you report on the attendance? The graphier, Mr. President, all the parties to the proceedings are present, and the civil party is also present. The President, I noticed the co-prosecutor. You can take the floor.
May it please Your Honor. Your Honors, before you resume the testimony of this civil party, I have two small points to make, subject to your leave. One is administrative and one is substantive. The administrative submission is regarding the testimonies of witnesses scheduled for next week. Your Honors have scheduled 2 witnesses for 2 days each next week. We were seeking your guidance in respect of the time allocated to different parties for those 2 days for which one witness will testify. Till now, we have been hearing a witness for 1 day, and it will be in the interest of justice and for the parties to prepare for Your Honors to guide us regarding the time that we shall take. That's the first. I had a small consultation with Mr. Werner, and subject to your approval, we would suggest 1.5 hours each for the co-prosecutors and the civil parties, and 2 hours for the defense, subject of course to the Chamber's concurrence. The second substantive point about the testimony of this civil party I wish to submit, Your Honors, is regarding the photograph that this civil party showed to Mr. President when he asked her the question about her visit to Tul Slang. And she showed a photo which was, according to her, a photo of hers and also of other female prisoners whom she knew when she went for the first time in November 2007 to Tul Slang. It would be our submission that that photograph be taken on record because it's directly relevant to the evidence that she tendered in this court. That's my limited submission, Your Honor. Thank you.
The President, thank you, the co-prosecutor, for your observation. Regarding the administrative issue on the time allocation, the Chamber have discussed before we start today's proceeding. Some witnesses so far took only half a day or 1 day to have their testimonies heard. So for the next week, however, in some cases, times need to be adjusted to accommodate the line of questioning. After the discussion, the Chamber will notify all the parties today before we commence our proceeding next week. Regarding the specific time allocation, the Chamber will also consider. I also noticed the presence of the Defense Counsel. You take the floor.
Ms. Canizares. Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Genmate. Are you talking about the photographs of the female members of the unit, or are you talking about my photograph? The President, are those photos the same as the photos you showed yesterday, or are they different photos? I only have the photos that I showed yesterday. The President, we already looked at those photos. So, if you have other photos that you intend to put before the chambers, Mr. President, if I am not mistaken, the civil party does not understand the proceeding before her. Yesterday, the civil party showed a photograph of two women. The President, the photos requested by the co-prosecutor to be put before the chamber, are you referring to that photograph or another photograph?
Your Honor, I refer to only this photograph in which she is standing behind a panel of mugshots at S21. And in response to Your Honor, the President's question about those photographs, she said, I went there, that is S21, I recognized some female workers, I saw my photo, which is near the photo of a name she mentioned. I went there in November 2007. Just because it is relevant and it states that she went there and recognized people who were detained there, it may be relevant for the purposes of this testimony. And that's why we submit that it be taken in evidence.
To examine the photos and also particularly the photo with the red circle.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, peut-être...
Ms. Canizares, just a question for the civil party, if I may. We see on the photograph a number, on which there are a number of small photographs, but we see two people who are larger, but none of these people are, in my view, the civil party.
The President, the civil party, can you respond? The two people who were standing before those mugshots, who are they? Mr. President, the two female standing in front of me, they came from Kampong Thom province, from Ban Lang. They worked in the commune and they came to visit Phnom Penh to look at the photos at Atul Slang, and also she went to visit Bang Chiang Ai. When she went to Atul Slang, she saw my photo displayed on the board. And she told me that they thought I died already and they made a ceremony to pray for my soul already. But that I survived and I went to my village in 1982. Then all my relatives were surprised to see me alive. And I was asked how I survived. I did not tell them the reasons. I did not say anything. I was so happy to see my father. They told the people from the CSD that indeed I am still alive. I used to live in my native village, but due to the hard living condition, then we moved to live near the rubbish dam in Stang Mien Chai to earn our living there. The President, the Defense Council, can you look at a photo with the red circle? That is the main part of the photo, and this photo was displayed yesterday. This is an attempt to discuss its relevance through S21 in Phnom Penh of the civil party's involvement, and her photo existed in that office.
Ms. Canizares. Mr. President, just to go back to one of the two photographs, and this is the photograph on which we see only the civil party's face. Unless I am mistaken, it was not challenged that this photograph was taken in Presa and not at S21. If this photograph was subsequently taken to S21, then we take note, but we think it is important to note that the photograph of the civil party was not taken in S21 but in Presa. If this information is not challenged, then we would not object to the two photographs being placed on the record of the case.
The President, thank you, the Defense Council, for your observation.
Voilà, Monsieur le Président, je crois que pour...
Mr. President, for the record, it would be important for us to be provided with a copy of the said photographs so that they can be placed officially on the record of the case. It might also be useful for the photographs to be placed on the screen so that all the parties will know exactly what we're talking about.
The President, Court Officer, can you bring the photos back from the Defense Council? Mr. President, I seek your leave said Kim Ki. I do not object to the display of the photos, but the suggestion that the photograph was taken at Preso is yet to be determined. My client, the civil party, said she was photographed before she was sent to the detention center. So it means she was not taken at Preso. However, we are still undetermined as how the photo was sent to Preso or S21. And the civil party does not state that the photograph was taken at Preso. Thank you. The President, I noticed the presence of the Defense Counsel. You take the floor.
Ms. Canizares, contrary to what my learned friend has said, I am looking at my notes yesterday with regard to what the civil party stated. When you put a question to her, Mr. President, with regard to whether this photograph was taken in Presa or S21, the civil party answered very clearly that it was in Presa. So, as the civil party has stated this, the doubt as to the conditions or circumstances under which this photograph was taken does not exist. The civil party stated that the photograph was taken in Presa. Ms. Jacques, I do not agree with what is being said.
Monsieur le Président,
Ms. Chacun, Mr. President, if I can give you some of my extra explanations here.
la partie civile.
The civil party, based on the notes that we have gathered, declared that these photographs had been taken in her unit when the biography had been established in her unit, and she was not particularly concerned about the situation. And then when she arrived at the detention center, this biography and the photographs were there. And the accused said it had happened at Pressar, but the civil party goes first to the detention center, and then she is sent to Pressar, and the photographs had not been made at Pressar. She said that they had been taken before, and she said that she didn't really pay attention to this fact before, but this is exactly what we had gathered from what the civil party stated yesterday. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, Judge Sylvia Cartwright, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was a matter that I wanted to clarify with the accused, and I'd like to ask the accused a question, please, with your permission. You said yesterday that the photograph of this civil party, which was displayed at S21, was in fact taken at Pressor, but you did not give any further explanation as to why you are confident that it was taken at Pressor. Could you explain further, please?
The accused. Your Honor, this photo is based on the testimony of Jin Maid that she took at Praisor. I think the transcript proves that she did say so yesterday. It was rather confused when she said that the biography was done at the S21, but then I found the ERN and S21 record that this unit, she belonged to Unit 17, and she was confused herself. And regarding the photo, I think she made it clear that she took that at Praisor.
Thank you. So, just to clarify, you drew the conclusion that, of course, is for the trial chamber to make, that this photograph was taken at Praisor from the testimony of this civil party. You had no other reason for making that statement yesterday. Is that correct?
The accused. Yesterday, I agreed with testimony of Jin Maid, and I did not make any observation of mine regarding that testimony. If you would wish I give my remarks concerning the photo, I would do so at will. Anyone who was sent to S21 would be taken a photograph by our subordinate without having a number, I mean those who were sent from S24.
What was the practice at Praisor for the taking of photographs?
The accused. I do not think I fully understand the practice there, but people who were in charge of taking photograph at Praisor was the second in rank in the photograph team from S21, including Comrade Song, who would be assigned to have the photographs of the detainees taken at Praisor, but I don't fully understand how the practice would have been.
Were photographs taken routinely of those detained at Praisor?
The accused. The photographers, 5 of them, were in Phnom Penh. They stationed to the east of Tuol Sleng prison. Sriang was the head of the photographers team, who regularly controlled the team, but one of them would be assigned on a occasional basis to take photograph of detainees at Praisor.
So can I conclude that not all of those detained at Praisor were necessarily photographed, just some of them when the photographer came from S21?
Response. In principle, people who were sent to Praisor would have been taken photographs except children, so far as I remember.
Thank you. And just one last word, not to the accused, thank you. In English, I would prefer the word mugshot not to be used in this context. Thank you.
The court official is advised to put up the photo with several people inside on the screens. The President, we would like to give the floor to the prosecutor to put questions to the civil party, and you have 30 minutes. The floor is yours. Prosecutor. Thank you, Mr. President. I have no questions actually regarding this photo. Good morning, Madam Chinmate. The President, the court official, please remove the photo from the projector. The prosecutor, you can now proceed. Thank you, said the prosecutor. Yesterday, you stated that in Unit 450 of Division 3, in which you worked in, my question is, did anyone in that division who committed any wrongdoing, rephrase the question, the interpreter correct. If someone committed any wrongdoing in that unit, where would they be sent to? Response. In 1976 to 1977, if any female staff made any mistakes, for example, if they had talked with a man, then she would be called by the chief of the unit to be educated. If she could not be refashioned, then she would be taken away to be educated and disappeared. Prosecutor, thank you. So you have no idea where those women would be sent to. Is that correct? Response. I don't think I know where these people who committed minor wrongdoings, I don't know where they would have been detained. I know that they would be taken to be educated. Prosecutor, thank you. Do you know that in Division 450, were there any prisons? Response: I don't know, because when the other woman who disappeared since they worked with me in Tuol Kok and Choi Changwa, people would only tell me that those women would be taken to be educated, but not to be jailed or imprisoned. And I have no idea whether there would have been any prisons in the division to detain those people. Prosecutor, thank you. Now we're coming back to the point when she was put on a track. Do you remember which track it belonged to, or which unit the track belonged to? Response: when I was arrested and put on a track and I reached Brother Win near the Japanese bridge, I did not care about the track. I think it was a kind of dark green colored track used to transport soldiers. We called it a CMC 10 wheels vehicle. Prosecutor, thank you. When you were released from the first detention center and transferred to Prey-Saw, were you told anything about the reason why you would be transferred, and who actually took you there? Response: when I was transferred from the prison to Prey-Saw, I did not know that it was Prey-Saw because I was not told by the person who took me there. 3 of us would be put on the track while we were being blindfolded, and we did not exchange any words. And then when we reached the location, we were received by a woman, and they did not even she did not even say anything. And I heard she said that someone would come to pick us. Prosecutor, thank you. In your complaint, you said at one point you were assigned to sow rice, and that you got the quota for your assignment. For example, you have to plant at least 1 hectare of rice a day. The question: who actually initiated the plan, the assignment to be given to you? And did you know that other than Unit 17, there was any such plan for planting rice like that? Response: in Unit 17, it was the general plan, common plan. Everyone was expected to plant as scheduled. For example, according to the format they would prefer, and that we had to finish 1 hectare a day. And the chief of the unit would assign that task. I did not know who else. Prosecutor, thank you. When you were forced to hard labor and at one point you passed out, were you treated after you regained your consciousness? Response: No, I was not treated. In my unit, there was no medicines, no medical treatment. When we got tired, some of us were so terrified by the regime, and some even got a heart attack. And every one of us experienced almost the same problem. Prosecutor, thank you. So, is that correct that there were no medics in your location? At Presaw, you were taken to be tortured, or were you tortured in particular at that location? Response: At that location, at Unit 17, we were not asked to be tortured again. We only were given assignment to transplant rice, a hectare per day, and there was no interrogation. Prosecutor, thank you. In your unit, did you exchange conversation with other people why people were sent to that location? Did you ever say anything like that? Response: I asked them some questions because I was inquisitive at that time, and some elderly women warned me not to ask lots of questions because they said that if I asked a lot of questions, I would disappear soon, because they noticed the trucks that would come in and took other people. They asked me to be quiet. Prosecutor, thank you. Could you tell us about the situation when you were detained before you were sent to Presaw? And at Presaw, did you see people were tortured and people died, for example? Response: I never saw anyone die. At Unit 17, I did not see anyone who was who died too. When people passed out or were so weak to work, then they would be collected and put in the in the house. Prosecutor, thank you. Did you know who was actually the chief at Presaw? Response: I don't know. I only know the chief of the unit, Brother Nyo and Brother Ang, the chief of Unit 17. Prosecutor, thank you. Mr. President, I have no further questions to be put to the civil party, but with your leave, I would like to ask a few questions to the accused. The President, you are allowed to put questions to the accused, and the accused is advised to listen to the questions of the prosecutor and be ready to respond. Prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. According to testimony of Chinmate yesterday, she said she saw her photo on the wall of Tuol Slang, and the photo had not carried any numbers. What is your impression concerning that photo? The accused. Mr. Prosecutor, the photo and the brief biography, I would like to make my observation regarding these two matters. The photo was taken in Presaw but developed in Phnom Penh, and it was not kept in Presaw but kept in Phnom Penh, and the biography produced by Comrade Hui, and that we used here, also made at Presaw and kept in Phnom Penh, because we got the letter TSL that refers to the material collected from Phnom Penh, not from Presaw. The prosecutor, Mr. President, I thank you, the accused. I have no further question. The President, the International Co-Prosecutor, you take the floor.
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. We will continue to hear the testimony of the civil party Nam Mon. Before we start our questioning of the civil party, I would like to announce the time allocation for the parties in questioning the witnesses and the experts. As set out in the sitting schedule, started from next Monday until the 25th of August 2009. The Chamber would like to notify the parties that the Chamber has allocated the time in questioning the witnesses and the experts for the co-prosecutor, 30 minutes for one-day witness, and 40 minutes for all the 4 civil party lawyers, and 40 minutes for the defense counsel. Based on this time allocation for the parties, for hearing the testimony of a witness or an expert, which take half a day, the co-prosecutors would have 15 minutes, the civil party lawyers, the 4 groups, 20 minutes, and the defense counsel will have 20 minutes. For hearing the testimony of a witness or an expert, which will take 1.5 days, the co-prosecutor would have 45 minutes, and the 4 groups of the civil party lawyers will have 60 minutes, and 60 minutes for the defense counsel. For the testimony of a witness or an expert, which takes 2 days, the co-prosecutors will have 60 minutes. The civil party lawyers, the 4 groups, would have 80 minutes, and the defense counsel will have 80 minutes. Please take note of the time allocation for your party. Now we will proceed with the hearing of the testimony of Civil Party Nam Mon. This morning the Chamber asked you some preliminary information regarding the facts which are the grounds for your application to join as a civil party in this case. Now the Chamber would like to know about your accounts and the accounts of your family during the Democratic Cambodia regime, 3 years, 8 months and 20 days period, when you and your family had experience. Can you describe your life experience or your accounts, both personally experienced by yourself and your family? Namon, the backgrounds and activities of my parents and my siblings and myself. We used to live in the forest. My parents joined the resistance movement since I was very young. He later worked as an infiltrator in Phnom Penh, and my mother was a miscellaneous vendor, and in 1975 we were evacuated. I lived in Phnom Penh from early 1975 until 1978. My parents were the resistance in the revolution, and after the successful defeat of the previous regime, he was detained and killed. The President, can you describe more in details? Because when we asked you regarding the grounds for your application as a civil party to this case, you seem to want to describe the accounts of your family members and yourself through the entire period of the Democratic Cambodia. That is the reason the Chamber provides you the opportunity to describe the accounts. Can you do that? Can you do that in much more details? From the beginning, and the emphasis shall be on the periods after the 17th April 1975 until the date of the arrest of your family members, including your parents and your siblings, by the Khmer Rouge force, and the treatment or activities inflicted upon you and your parents and your siblings by the Khmer Rouge force, and also the accounts that you yourself left alone or with your younger brother until at a later date, that is at 7 January 1975. These are the accounts that the Chamber wants to know, and that the Chamber wants you to describe to the Chamber so that the Chamber can understand your experience and your family members' experience. Can you do that? Namon. Yes, I can do that. I lived with my parents in Phnom Penh. I lived in Tul Slai. I worked as a medic in Tul Slai, and my father worked in logistics to the north of Tul Slai. I did not know why they arrested my father, and my two uncles were also arrested. I did not know the reasons for their arrest. I did not know what mistakes they made. I lived miserably during the period. I separated from my parents and my siblings. My uncles had been arrested since mid-1976, and my father was arrested in 77, and my mother in late 77, when my younger brother was also arrested. I left alone, and I met my younger sibling at Prey To Tung prison. That was my younger sibling, but my blood younger brother already died with my mother in the prison. The President, please listen carefully. I think it is difficult for you to describe the account due to the long period of time, and it is also emotional for you to recall the sufferings and the miserable accounts. It is therefore likely the result for you not to be able to appropriately describe the accounts to the chamber. Before the 17th April 75, where did you live and what were you doing at the time? Namon. Before 1975, I lived in Phnom Penh with my parents. And please listen to the question carefully, says the President. I have attempted 2 times already. You cannot describe in details your accounts. It's going to be confusing if you cannot listen carefully to the question, so it will be hard for the accounts. And your parents, before 17 April 1975, where were they and what were their occupations? Namon. Before 1975, they lived in Phnom Penh. They were a vendor in Phnom Penh. Question. Where's about in Phnom Penh? Phnom Penh was a huge city. There were districts and quarters. Which section of Phnom Penh they were, from what you can recall? Namon. I cannot recall since I was young at the time. The Presidents. After the liberation of the 17th April 1975, where were you? And where were your parents and siblings? Namon. In 1975, I lived in Phnom Penh. My siblings and my parents also lived in Phnom Penh. I was sent to study medicine by my father in Phnom Penh. Question. What about your parents after the liberation? Had they returned to Kampong Cham province? Namon, no, they did not. They only went up to break dam and they returned.
The
President, when your family and yourself returned to Phnom Penh, why did you return? And on what day you returned back to Phnom Penh from Break Dam? Namon. I could not recall the date, but it was in 1975. After the people were evacuated from Phnom Penh, my father and the family returned, and he was in charge of logistics. The President, he was in charge of logistics. Which department or which ministry? And where did he work? Can you recall? Namon. I did not know where he worked. I did not know Phnom Penh clearly at the time. I was still young. The President, can you recall in 1975 how old were you? Namon, in 1975 I was 15 years old. The President, what about your residence? You said the Khmer Rouge force had you return to live in Phnom Penh. Where did you live? Do you know the location where you lived? For example, like somewhere near Tul Kok or Tul Song Kai or Po Chin Tong or Stung Mien Chai? For example, which part of Phnom Penh did you live? Namon, I cannot recall. I only know I lived to the south of the Tul Slang prison. The President, do you know why your family returned and that your parents returned and worked in Phnom Penh when you only reached Break Dam and you returned? Namon, I did not know about his resistance movement because maybe his network contacted him to return to work in Phnom Penh. I only followed my parents. The President, you stated that your family returned to live to the south of the present Tul Slang prison location, and you said your father was in charge of logistics. What about your mother? What was her occupation? Namon, she did not do anything. She stayed at home. The President, what about your three elder siblings who returned to Phnom Penh after the 17th April 1975? Did they live with your parents as well? And what were their occupations? Namon, my two elder siblings were the Tul Slang guards, and another elder brother lived with my uncle near the Po Chin Tong airport. They worked as soldiers guarding the Tul Slang prisons from 1975. The President, amongst your 3 elder brothers, the 2 who worked at Tulsline, what were their names? Nuon and Ruon are the 2 elder brothers who worked at Tulsline. The President, during the time that your elder brothers worked in the Tulsline prison, where did they live? Did they live within the compound of their workplace, or did they live with your parents' staff of Tulsline? Namont, they lived where they worked. The President, what about the other brother? He worked at the airport, right? What was his name? And what was his position at the airport? The other brother, named Khun, he worked with my uncle. The uncle was a pilot. The President, you said your father was arrested by Angka before the rest of the family. When was your father arrested by Angka? And where was he arrested? Namon. He was arrested in 1977. I cannot recall the date. He was arrested from the place where he worked. The President, your father was arrested. Was it during the day or the night time? And how was he arrested? Namon. They arrested him at about 6 p.m. But I believed south of Tulsline. How far was that house from the current Tulsline prison? Do you know the current Tulsline prison? Namon. Yes, I know. I think it is like 2 kilometers away from Tulsline prison. The President, so the house was 2 kilometers away from Tulsline prison. And when Angka or the Khmer Rouge force arrested your father at 6 p.m., how did you know that your father was arrested, blindfolded, and put into the Tulsline prison? How did you clearly know that? Because the house where you and your father lived was 2 kilometers away from the Tulsline prison. And that's one point. And the other point is it was at 6 p.m. Can you elaborate on these 2 points? Namon. When I said it was about 6 p.m. when he was arrested and blindfolded, because I also lived in the Tulsline prison. I was a medic there, and my the brothers were the guards there, and we saw our father when he was arrested and blindfolded the president. So it means that when the Angkar arrested your father, you were not at your house with your father. You were at the S21 or Tulslai prison, and that you saw your father arrested and sent to Tulslai because you met him accidentally when your father was sent to the prison. Is this what you want to say? Namon, that is correct. The President, you worked as a medic at Tulslai prison. When did you start working there? Can you recall the date? Namon. I cannot recall the month. I only can recall the year. It was in mid-75. I worked as a medic at the Tulslai prison until 77, when my parents were arrested. Then I was removed from being a medic. The President, when you worked as a medic at the Tulslai prison, this is the current name. At that time it was called the S21 office, but you said you worked at the Tulslai prison. The question is, what was the location of S21 office at the time when you started to work as a medic in mid-75? Namon, could you please rephrase your question? President, you just responded that you worked as a medic at a Tulslai prison in mid-75. And the question is, when you worked in that Tulslai prison, which was at that time called the Santibal office S21. At that time, where was the location of that S21 office? Was it at the current Tulslai prison or not? I mean, it is now called the Tulslai Museum, or commonly known as Tulslai Prison. Namon. When I worked from the beginning, first of all, I started to study medicine at the current radio station number 5, and after that I came to work straight away at where the current Tulslai prison was. I worked as a medic there. The President, during the time that you worked as a medic in the Tulslai prison, as you said, at that time, what was the office called? What was the name of the office where you worked? Namon. I did not know what it was called. I only know that only senior prisoners would be detained there. And later on, I heard people refer to it as Tulslai prison. President, during the time that you worked as a medic, at the S21 or Tulslai prison, as you said, the question is, how many medics who worked with you and what were their names, if you can recall?
Response. We were assigned to work at the medics at S21, known as Tuas Line Prison. There were 3 people: Lon, Comrade Kim, and I myself. The President, Comrade Lon was a male medic. What about Kim? Was she male or female? They all female medics. Response. The President. Now we would like to talk about your office where you work with comrades Lon and Kim as medics. Where did you routinely carry out your work as the medics? You can even point out whether it was inside the location of the prison or in any direction of that location. If you don't remember exactly where it is, just point to the direction you would remember. Response. I paid a visit to the location. That place where I once worked was to the north of the prison. It's opposite the prison itself. The President, I don't understand why you say the prison faces north. What do you think? Those lines faces north or facing the other direction? Response. I don't know. I think from my own recollection, in my home village, that direction opposite Tuas line would be the north. The President, so you are not quite sure where you would work, but you know that it was located right before the entrance to Tuas line prison. Is that correct? Response. That's correct, Mr. President. We were just right in front of Tuas Lang's prison. The President, there was a road crossing between Tuas Lang gate and that location, I guess. So, can you tell the court again about the location, exact location of that place where you worked? Was that house located across from the gate, the front gate of S21? Response. It was across from the front entrance to the prison on that main road. The President, were there only 3 medics? And who actually was the team leader of the group of 3? There were only 3 people assigned to be the medics, and there were no chief. We were on our own. Lon, Kim, and I worked equally as the medics. The President, you said you worked as the the medic. Had you ever given any treatments to anybody at that location? I mean, were you supposed to treat the detainees or staff at S21? Response. We were divided into 3 groups. I was in charge of 1 building, and the other would be assigned to cover other 3 buildings. The President, could you please tell the court in which building you were supposed to work in? You said about the building that lies from the east to the west, for example. What do you mean by that? That building is very tall. There are some coconut trees behind it, and it's the big building. The President, so after entering that gate from the front gate, which building? To the left-hand side or to the right-hand side of from that gate that you worked in? That building lies just right in front of the pathway when we entered into that gate. There were 5 buildings. We got big buildings on the left and big building on the right. So I was assigned to work in the building which was to the north. The President, please be more precise, because you're talking about the building and I seem to have problem understanding which building it was, the building which you once worked as a medic to treat people in that building. So tell me again. Response. When we walked past the gate, there was a small building, and then we have a big building. I know that there are 5 big buildings, and I was in charge of the buildings which was to the south of the location. The President, what about the other 2 buildings? Where were they? You said the small buildings were in the middle. And what about the bigger buildings? Response. The big buildings were surrounding the smaller buildings to the west and to the east. The President, when you treated the detainees, which building exactly did you pay the visit to give that kind of treatment? The building to the west, to the north, to the south? Which one is in particular? Response. I was in charge of the building to the south. The President, tell us again, when you entered into that location from the front gate, was the building to your left-hand side or to your right-hand side, to be sure? The response. It depends. If I face east, then the building would be on my right-hand side. If I face west, then it would be on my left-hand side. Are you sure that you remember the east or the west? Said the President. You said you're not sure of that direction, but now you seem to be so obvious that you know that. The President, so can you tell me where could you access to the S21? From the west or from the east? So far as I remember, we entered from the north gate, said the victim or civil party. The President, now we come to the matter of your father. You said you saw him while he was being arrested. Where were you back then, and what were you doing and that you saw your father being arrested? Response. I saw him being arrested at dusk. We were on duty to see whether there were any detainees who needed treatment. Then I could see him by chance. I saw a prisoner was being walked from a track, down from the track, and then I noted that it was my father. The President, where did you live while you were working at that location? Did you stay with your parents? Response. I worked and lived there with the other medics, all together, right in front of Tuol Slang prison. The President, when you saw your father being arrested and sent into the prison, was he tracked to that location, or was he walked from other location before he could be walked right into the S21 compound the moment that you saw him? Response. I saw a truck close to the staircase, and I only saw him being walked by a guard from the truck and walked into the S21 building. The President, can you describe about how you saw him? Response. Later on, I saw him being stripped of his clothes. He was tortured severely, and I was traumatized. I could not concentrate on working any longer. Kept in Phnom Penh because we got the letter TSL that refers to the material collected from Phnom Penh, not from Presaw. The prosecutor, Mr. President, I thank you, the accused. I have no further question. The President, the International Court Prosecutor, you take the floor. The President, could you please activate the mic?
Mrs. Chin Meth, you gave a victim information form when you were registered as a civil party, and that is on the case file, and I'd request my colleague to project it for your convenience. It is in Khmer ERN number 00281156 to 00281162. Can the court officer project it on the projector, please?
The President, the AV unit is advised to put on this document on the screen. The president, the prosecutor is advised to make sure the mic is activated before he speaks. And the prosecutor is also advised to speak rather slower in order for the good interpretation. So I'm afraid that time has been used already before you can turn the mic on.
All right. Should I ask this only question, Your Honor, to finish my questioning, or I can rest if Your Honor permits? Can you see this document on the screen and identify that you read this document and signed on it? Can it be scrolled down to the last page, please? This was a statement that you made to Center for Social Development, as a result of which you were registered as a civil party.
Response. Of course, that was my application with my own thumbprint.
And you were read this document before you signed this, and you believe that the contents of this document are true to your knowledge.
Response. These content of the application was written by me, and of course they are true to my knowledge, because it's my own handwriting and it has been expressed from my own feeling.
Your Honor, I have no further question except for a request to the chamber that this be taken in evidence. Your Honor, I understood that my time was over. That's why I sat. Mrs. Chin Meth, my next question to you is, in this document that you just saw, you mentioned that on the second day you realized that you were in Tul Slang. Can you elaborate on that?
Response. The day that I knew I was in Tul Slang, actually I did not know I was detained there. I only learned when the CSD brought these documents along with the photograph, my own photograph, that I realized I was once detained at a prison, although I didn't know that it would have been Tul Slang, because I knew that I was detained in a building that lies from the east to the west.
And also in this document you state that you realized that Doig was the director of this prison. This was on page 4 of this document.
I did not personally recognize or see the face of Dutch, but Comrade Moon, who was detained there with me, she came from Stone district. She told me that Dutch used to lived in the same district and that now he was the chief of the security office Tulslang. I only learned that when I was detained at Preso, and I was asked whether I knew that Dutch, but I told the person that I did not know him, I only heard his name.
In the same document, you mentioned that you were tortured, starved, and exposed to sun and rain. Can you elaborate how you were exposed to sun and rain?
I was taken out of the room. I was blindfolded. I was placed under the sunlight. I was ordered to stand on the sunlight, and two of them were nearby. I didn't know whether they were sitting or standing. I was standing for about 2 hours and then I collapsed. I did not know the reason for being ordered to stand in the sunlight. I was not chained while I was ordered to stand, but I was warned if I ran, I would be shot and killed. But after a certain period, then I collapsed. Then the guards dragged me back into my cell.
And Your Honors, my last question. Yesterday you told this court that when your friends, your co-detainees went to take a bath and came back, they said you should not go to take a bath, you should rather die and not go there. What, according to you, may have been the reason why they told you this?
When Comrade Moon was taken to have a bath, and upon her return, she wept, and it seems that she suffered. I had a glimpse at her and asked her how she went. She shook her head and she said, I warned you, if the guards ask you to go for a bath, then don't go. Even if you have a diarrhea and it stains your pants, just don't go. And I asked, why you wept after you came back from a shower? She just kept weeping and she did not tell me any other reasons. And while we were later on at Preso for 2 days, I asked her the same thing, but she did not say anything.
Your Honors, I have no further questions. Thank you.
The President, the AV officer, can you return to the normal view of the courtroom? The floor is now given to the civil party lawyers. I think it's a group 3 first. The floor is yours. Please inform us the arrangements that you have amongst yourself. Yesterday you spent quite a lot of time in doing the questioning. Mr. President, Your Honors, the Civil Party lawyers of Group 3 will start the questioning as yesterday. We will spend some time questioning the victim, John Maid. The international co-lawyer will start, and then I will take my turn, and the remaining time will be given to the rest of the civil party lawyers.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Jacquin. Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honors. Good morning, Ms. Chin Met. I am going to put questions with regard to your biography to shed more light on it. First of all, why were you living in the countryside before you joined the Khmer Rouge?
Before I served the Revolutionary Army, I lived with my grandmother and my uncle and auntie. They looked after me with the financial and material support. And I also had the opportunity going to school. I also looked after the cattle while I was living with my grandmother. After the Prince Sihanouk was toppled, I stopped studying and I still lived in the same village. In 1974, in my village, a person named Dain gathered the youth, both male and female, in order to work. Some went to work at certain departments or ministries, and within my group, 20 of us was gathered, and we were chosen to join the army and be stationed at Precho.
Ms. Jacquin, why, when you were young, why weren't you with your mother, and what did your father do exactly? What kind of job did he have exactly?
My father, I did not know my father. I never saw him. I only heard my grandparents said. My father, from his childhood, he studied all the way up. And my father's parents sold everything in order to support his education. And he became a police officer. So they spent everything in order to support my father's career. From my birth, I never saw the face of my father. I only saw his photos.
Miss Jacquin, and what about your mother?
John Maid. I never saw my mother's face as well.
Monsieur le Président, peut-être peut-on...
Mr. Shaka, Mr. President, maybe we can adjourn for a few minutes in order to allow Chimet to collect herself.
The President Chinmate, would you like to take a short break? Or you think you can continue? It's up to you. Chinmate, I can continue, Mr. President. I never saw the face of my mother. Because of my birth, my father stationed in Chlong district, and my mother went with my father, and she gave birth to me in Stone district. After 3 months after I was born, she died. I never saw the face of my mother. I only saw her photos. After the death of my mother, then my grandparents brought me back to the Balang district and raised me up. The President, the lawyer, you are reminded that you should question to the civil party only on the facts, and if you asked the details in her background, it might not be relevant to the facts. You should focus on her detention at a detention center which she claims to be either Priso or Tul Slang. And certain questions have been put to her regarding her detention and involvement in Priso.
Merci, Président. La question préalable...
Ms. Chacun, thank you, Mr. President. The previous question I put was just to link up with the following question, which, however, is important in order to understand things clearly. It is the following. Did Ms. Chinmate join the Khmer Rouge willfully or not, and in which conditions did she join the Khmer Rouge? This is the only question I'd like to put to her concerning her youth.
ដែលខ្ញុំសួរតកតងទៅនឹងកាលពីគាត់នៅយុវវ័យនោះ
Chinmate, when I joined the female soldier unit, it was the second gathering. Initially, the 5 of us were gathered to be female revolutionaries, and we were placed at the Phum Ria village. We were placed there for 3 nights. At that time, we were still young teenagers, and we were not comfortable with those who were in charge of us, so we fled back home. My grandparents were happy to receive me back. For the second gathering, Dan and Sant, those people who were also from the same village, said, this time, if you dare to run back home, you would be taken elsewhere. So we were sent to the Salasai and later on to Cheung Prey district in Kampong Cham province. We were not voluntarily joining, but we were forced to do so.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Jacquin, thank you. Well, I was only seeking to have Ms. Chimet bring up before us that when she was enrolled with the Khmer Rouge, she did so because she did not have the choice. And she did so because the Khmer Rouge came into her village and that she was conscripted. So I just wanted her to confirm this point concerning the origin of her joining the Khmer Rouge.
ដំបូងដែលគាត់ចូលរួមក្នុងកងទ័ពខ្មែរក្រហមនោះ
When I joined the female unit stationed at Chiang Rai district, we were provided with military training, including how to crawl, for example. 3 days later, we were trained how to disassemble and cleanse the weapons. We worked on the AK rifle. Later, we were taught how to mine and demine and how to throw grenades. After we learned all these techniques, then we were taught how to shoot, including the AK 47 and also the rocket launcher. We were trained in several weapons. After a few months, then we were put into actual practice. We didn't know how we would be tested. So we were asked to practice shooting for an hour. I was asked to shoot the B-40 rocket launcher. I had no problem with firing that rocket launcher, but for the other gun I could not do it. After I fired 3 rounds of the rocket launchers, then I had problems with my ears. The blood dripped from my ears. Then they noticed that my health was not good enough to fire the rocket launcher. So later on I was assigned to work at the rear battlefield to carry ammunition and weapons to the front and to provide food to the soldiers and also to look after the wounded. The President, the lawyer, you are reminded to ask questions related to the civil party and through S21 in Phnom Penh and to Preso. That is the facts before our proceeding. And our jurisdiction is from the 17th April 75 to the 7th January 79. The facts related to this civil party from the 10th of October 77 until the time she claims she was detained to a detention center for 15 days, and later on she was sent to Preso, and subsequently she was sent to Saang to grow vegetables until the liberation day of the 7th January 79.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, merci. Excusez-moi pour ces questions.
Ms. Jacquin, yes, Mr. President. I apologize for these questions which allowed me to put Ms. Chimet's integration into the Khmer Rouge into their context. Now I'd like to speak about the detention center. She today has traces of this on her arms and on her ankles. Can she tell us which torture instrument inflicted these traces on her body?
The tool which was used to torture me I could not see them. As I said from the beginning, during that time I was blindfolded. I thought the people who blindfolded me were probably those whom I could recognize. I was bitten, and probably I was bitten with a rattan stick. It's not a whip because the sound was different. My ankle was clamped with something. I am not sure if it was a pincer or a plier. And the other part of the ankle, which was bruised, it was the result of being bitten. In summary, I did not see the torturing tools.
Ms. Jacquin, she stated to us that when she returned to her cell after her interrogation, that one of her friends helped her to heal with her trauma. Can she tell us why she was bleeding?
គាត់នៅដោយប្រើក្រមាថាតើលោកស្រីអាចបញ្ជាក់បន្ថែមបានទេថាមានហូរឈាមឬក៏មិននៅពេលនោះនោះ
At that time, the blood was flowing as a result of a torture. After I was taken back into the cell, the blindfold was removed. After I was put into the cell, then they locked the door from the outside. Then Comrade Nguyen saw the blood flowing from my leg. I was so weak at the time, I was feeling like I fainted. Comrade Nguyen looked at the wound on my leg and asked whether I hurt, and she wanted to find something to fix the wound. I actually had a chroma with me, so she ripped the chroma and tied the wound on my leg.
Miss Jacquin, did she see her friends in her cell also being taken away with a blindfold?
ជាប់ឃុំជាមួយលោកស្រីនោះត្រូវបានគេយកចេញដោយមានចងមុខដើម្បីទៅកន្លែងណាដែរឬទេ
Comrade Nguyen and Comrade Yat and I myself were in the same room. When the guards came, the guard would call each one of us, and then she would be blindfolded and taken away. I did not know where she was taken. In about an hour, she would be brought back. And when she was brought back, her physical condition was in really bad shape. I think we all received the same types of torture and mistreatment.
Ms. Jacquin, was she also bleeding, and were they in a different physical condition from the day when they went to the shower?
រងការហូរឈាមឬក៏ស្នាមរបួសអីទេនៅពេលដែលគាត់ចេញទៅងូតទឹកហើយត្រឡប់មកវិញនោះ
When Comrade Nguyen went for the shower, and upon her return, we did not notice her physical condition because everyone of us was scared. We only sat on our own.
Elle nous a dit que quand elle était dans le
Jacquin,
centre de
she
détention,
told us that when she was in the detention center that she heard cries. Does she believe that somebody could have been in this detention center without hearing these cries and these howls?
At night time when we slept, I heard the growling. Then I thought probably those people who were arrested before us from the unit were receiving torture. That's what I was thinking at the time, and the rest of us thought the same. So we whispered to each other what was going on, and we presumed that instead of taking to be educated, they were brought here to be tortured.
Ms. Jacquin, did she, as well as her friends, consider suicide?
អ្នកដែលជាប់ឃុំជាមួយលោកស្រីនឹងបានគិតគូរថានឹងធ្វើអត្តឃាតដែរឬទេ
ចានៅពេលដែលពួកយើងនៅក្នុងបន្ទប់ When we were in the same room, the three of us talked. If they only tied our feet and if our hands were not tied, then if there was any tool nearby, then we would all agree to commit suicide. However, in that room there was no tool, nothing left. It was just plain wall. We thought of committing suicide, but we had no opportunity.
Jacquin, afterwards, I'd like to put a few questions to her concerning the period when she was in Unit 17. She said to us that when some of them did not work sufficiently, they were beaten and sometimes beaten to death. And with which instruments were they being beaten?
គេវាយរហូតដល់ស្លាប់តើគេប្រើឧបករណ៍អ្វីឬដំបងអ្វីដើម្បីវាយអ្នកនោះ ចាលោកស្រីមីធីវីនៅពេល
When I was in Unit 17, what I saw with my own eyes was that when we were used to drag the plow to plow the ground, the rice field, Comrade Kien had a wound on her leg. When we dragged the plow for 1 or 2 rounds, it was okay. But for the 3rd or the 4th round, she stumbled and fell onto the ground. Then the man who was using us to plow the ground used a stick to hit on Kien, and she got seizure after that. So the 3 of us tried to beg that old man not to beat her up and to help her, but he did not care. Instead, he beat us up, and later on we dragged Kien to the rice dike, and I didn't know later on what happened to her.
Jacquin, finally, before I let my colleague take the floor, she explained to us that her father had gone to school, and she said that he was from the same district as the accused. So does she believe that the accused might have known her father during his youth?
របស់គាត់នឹងនៅក្នុងស្រុកភូមិជាមួយគ្នាដែរឬទេ
Response. I don't know whether Uncle Dodge knew my father or not, but through my conclusion, since my father was the police, he would have worked in several locations in Kampong Thom, and he would have stationed at Piem Bang, where he would be known by Dodge, because he would be called Chief Jin, and I think Dodge may have known him. Mr. Kim Meng-ki, Mr. President, Your Honors, good morning, Madam Chin Maid. I would like to put a few questions to you. Do you still remember before you were arrested? Were you pregnant? Or what was your situation back then? Response. When I was at Division 310 450, we worked in the women unit, but we had very modest food, although we could eat enough compared to at the later date, and we were taken care of. And we ate rice mixed with banana trees. And I and other women were healthy, although it was not very healthy. Kim Meng-ki, do you think that your photo resembles your real physical condition the time before you were arrested? Response. It was the real physical condition that I was while I was being taken a photograph, but I looked rather sad in the photo because I was terrified when I was called to have my photography taken, and I think I was back then the same size, and my physical fitness was exactly the same as what I was in the photo. Meng-ki, thank you. Could you please emphasize further when you were called to have your biography and photo taken? How long was it before you were arrested and sent to the prison? A response. Yan asked me to have my photo, to have my biography taken in June or July, and I asked Yan why I would be called to give my biography so often. If I would ultimately be arrested, let arrest me. Why should I be called so often? Kim Meng-ki, thank you. Yesterday, you said about this, and today you repeated your statement that you and your female colleagues, inmates, attempted to commit suicide time and again. You would like to die. Why would that happen to you? How did you feel that made you want to commit suicide? Response. When three of us had lived together during the battlefields until we were transferred to Kilo number 6 and kilo number 7, we shared the same sentiment. We understood one another very well. We knew the suffering, and we knew that we could not stand the situation. We wished we could be living peacefully with our parents. We were betrayed. That's why we made the decision to commit suicide altogether. When we were sent to Presaw, a few days later, Yun and Yat disappeared, and I realized that those two people must have been killed, although the chief of the unit told me that they would be taken to be educated. So after all, I was the only person in the group who remained. And then I learned that the bark of the tree, what we call in Khmer Kontut tree, could be very poisonous, and I could have it dried and mixed up with potato, and then I would consume it to kill myself. But it did not kill me, but it gave me some strength. And then I was reassured by a woman who told me to be strong. Life means struggle, so I had to be very cautious of living longer, and I was asked to abandon my suicidal plan because it was not good to die without any cause. For example, commit suicide would be not a good idea. So she even told me that God could not save anyone who committed suicide. God only helped people who struggled their life until the last day. So I was encouraged to work on. Could not concentrate on working any longer. The president, he was tortured. I mean, was he tortured while he was being stripped of his clothes, or was he tortured at another moment after he arrived? Response: when he arrived, he was not tortured, and I could continue my routines. And then I talked to detainees, and they told me that the room was filled with cadres, and I went to another room, then I could see my father. The president, when you saw your father, it was the moment when he was being walked from a truck and then put into the building, and that his clothes were stripped off. Is that correct? Response: that's correct. The president, did you see his biography being recorded or obtained? Or his photograph being taken when he before he was walked to the detention cell? Response: I did not remember see him being taken photographed. I only learned that his photograph was taken when I paid the last visit to the location recently, and I saw his names and numbers. The president, do you still remember that in which building your father was detained and on which floor? Response: he was detained on the second floor in the special building. There were all cadres. No ordinary detainee would be kept there. And he told me that I should try not to recognize him. And I never saw him again ever since. The President, you're talking about the special building. Which building was it? Was it the building you were in charge of treating detainees, or was it another building? Response. It was that building, but there was a special room designed for cadres. The President, in which floor was he kept? Response. My father was kept on the top floor, third floor. Among him there were other 4 detainees. The President, you're telling us that your father was executed. Do you know where he was executed? Response. I did not see where he was executed, but my brother was ordered to kill him. The President, which brother among the 2 brothers who worked at S21 that you claim staff at S21 and who killed your father and their fathers personally? Response. My first brother, Nguyen. So he killed my father and later on he too was executed. The President. So you have no idea where your father would be taken to be executed. What makes you know that your brother Nguyen was ordered to kill him? Response. I did not see him, but Comrade Lon, who was the same medic as me, told me about the incidents. She said that my brother was ordered to kill my father and that he was later on executed too. The President, so you learned of this information from Comrade Lon and that you did not witness the incidents. Is that correct? Response. It is correct. I only witnessed the torture inflicted onto my brother, but not to my father. The President, we just want to know how you got to know your father being killed. So you learned from Comrade Lon, who could brief you the account of that event that your brother was ordered to kill your father. Just clarify, is that correct? Response, that is correct, Mr. President. The President, did you also ask her ask Lon, I mean, how she knew that your brother was ordered to kill his own father? How did she share with you how she came to know that kind of incident? Response. Comrade Lon worked at 6 to 7 p.m. Then she saw the incidents by chance and she later on told this to me. The President, So, do I understand correctly that your father was killed by your brother? And was he killed in S21 building that that make Lon know the incidents? Response. He was killed behind the S21, just outside the fence of that location. The president, at what time was he executed? Response. He was killed at about 6 to 7 p.m. Because I was told at 7 p.m., so he could have been killed at 6 or so. The president. What happened to your brother? I mean, you told us that your brother who killed your father later on was executed. Was he killed immediately after he killed your father, or was he executed a few days later after your father died? My brother still continued working as usual. 3 days later, he would be called to be executed. The president. Was he detained first before he was killed? And where? Response. He was executed immediately without any detention because they accused him of betraying the Angkar. And they accused him of being hesitated to kill my father. The president. Do you know where your brother was killed? Because you claim that you worked at S21, so you could have known where your brother would have been killed. Response. My brother and my father and my other siblings were killed at the premises, in the premises of Tul Slang. They were not killed at Chương Ác. The president, there were several locations at Tul Slang in which people would have been killed. They would be killed and buried in a mass graves within the compound of S21, or they would have been killed somewhere outside of the surrounding location. So, how could you describe the location of where your brother could have been killed? Because in your statement and in your civil party application, you stated clearly the exact locations of where your relatives and father were killed. That's why the chamber would like to make sure that we can verify this information. So can you please tell the court whether your brother was killed at the same place where your father was killed? Response. I don't know where he was killed. I only know that they must have been killed at Tul Slang compound. The president, what makes you believe or make you feel convinced that your brother was killed at Tul Slang? Response. I learned, I heard, and I saw this incident, although I did not witness, but I heard about the killing. Because when he was killed, there was no truck coming in and out. The President, can you recollect the moment when your father was arrested and that he was killed? How long was it between the time you saw your father being arrested and the time when he was executed? Response. He was detained for 6 months. So after he was arrested in 1977, so 6 months after that, he perished. The President. What about the other brother, Nguyen? What happened to him? Respond. Are you talking about Nguyen? The President, yes, you already mentioned about Nguyen. I'm sorry. Actually, it's about Nguyen this time. Response. Brother Nguyen was later on arrested and executed. It was just a matter of time before one after another was taken to be killed. The President, in which year do you believe that your brother Nguyen was executed? I learned that he was detained at the prison at the same time when my mother and younger brother were arrested and detained, but I don't know when he was executed. The President, your mother and your youngest brother So your mother was Yon, is that correct? When she was arrested, was it at the same time when your father was being detained, or was she arrested after your father and your eldest brother were already executed? Response. My father was arrested and detained. He was being detained and he was not yet executed, while my mother would be arrested and detained.
Okay, President, what about your younger brother, Prajon? When was he arrested? He lived with my mother and he was arrested on the day that my mother was arrested. Question. When you worked there, you heard that your mother and younger brother were killed. Did you know when? And or were they killed when your brother Nguyen was killed? Response. My mother and my elder brother were killed. My mother was killed first, and then my elder brother was killed. My mother was killed toward late 77. Later, after my mother was killed, a month later, I was arrested and detained. Question. Your mother was killed and your younger brother was killed too. Is this correct? Response. Yes, that is correct. Question. So it means they were arrested at the detention center where they were detained. So that was your father, Chun Yon, Alice Yut Prak, and your mother, Khan Tok, Alice San, 3, Yit Nguyen, 4, Yit Ruyen, 5, Yit Khun, and 6, Prak Jont. Is this correct? Response. Yes, that is correct. Question. Can you recall when you were arrested? When were you arrested? And where were you detained? Response. I was arrested in early 78. I was detained in Tulsline prison for 3 months. I was detained on the second floor in the small cell. I was shackled on one ankle. Question. Which building were you detained and on what floor? Response. I was detained on the first floor in the small cells, the east-west building. Question. Was it the building where you looked after the sick prisoners? And was it also the building where your father was detained? Or was it a separate building? Response. It was that same building. But there were individual cells in that building, only 2 or 3 individual cells. President, when you were detained for 3 months, as you claimed, were you shackled? Or you were not shackled or cuffed, you were only put into the room and the door was locked from the outside? Response. After I was arrested, I was detained and I was shackled. During my interrogation, I was not beaten with a stick, but they tightened the shackle on my ankle. Question. It means during the 3 months detention, you were shackled. Was it on a permanent basis? Response. Yes, that is correct. Question. And you were detained in a separate small room by yourself. Is this correct? Response, that is correct. Question, when you were taken to be interrogated, where were you interrogated? Were you interrogated in the room where you were detained, or were you taken to be interrogated elsewhere? Response, when I was interrogated, I was not taken anywhere. It was in the same room, but they tightened the shackle on my ankle to force me to confess. The question, your interrogator, how many of them? Were they male or female? Response, there were two male interrogators. One was standing and another person was interrogating me. I got wound on my ankle from the tightening of the shackle. Question, you were a staff working there. Do you recall the interrogators? As you said, you were a staff there. Response, the interrogators were newcomers, so I did not know them. The guards constantly changed as well. Question, what about the age of the interrogators? How old were they, roughly? Please wait till the red light is on before you can speak, otherwise the interpreter cannot hear, so cannot interpret for the international judges. Namon, my interrogators were about 20 to 21 years old. Question, how many times were you interrogated during the 3-month detention? Response, it depends. Sometimes I was interrogated 2 times, sometimes I was interrogated 3 times. I was interrogated on a daily basis. So how many times in total? Can you recall? Asked the President. Response, I was detained for 3 months, and during this period I was constantly interrogated for the first 2 weeks. Question, so you were interrogated for about 2 weeks in the same room where you were detained. Is this correct? Response, that is correct. Question, during your interrogation, what was the purpose of the interrogation? What did they want you to confess? Response, I was interrogated as I was accused to be a daughter of the traitor. They know that I was the daughter of Pratt, and I denied that I was not. So they pressured me on this matter, and they tightened the shackle on my ankle while I was being asked. Question, so each time you were interrogated, they used the same method, that is, they used a tool to tighten the shackle on your ankle to force you to confess. Is that correct? Response, that is correct. Question, during the time you stated you were arrested because your father was alleged to be a traitor, During your detention, what was your food ration? Response: I was given a ladle of gruel twice a day. Question: what about taking a bath? Response: they asked me to have a bath too, but I did not want to have a bath, so I did not go for a bath. And another reason, because my ankles were hurt, so I did not go. Question: in your detention room, could you sit up or stand up, or you could only lie down on the floor? Response: in that detention room, I could sit up, I could stand, and I could rest. Question: in the adjacent rooms, were they detention rooms or what were they? If they were detention rooms, were they also for female detainees or for male detainees? Response: the adjacent rooms were the detention rooms, but in each room there was a detainee, although I was not sure whether they were male or female. Question: what about your clothes during the time of your detention? Response: I wore the same clothes from the time I was shackled. I never have my clothes changed. Question: what was the color of your clothes when you wore while you were detained? Response: my clothes were black. It was black skirt and black shirt. Response: so your clothes were black. It was the clothes that you wore while you work as a staff medic at that location. Is this correct? Response: it was not the clothes that I wore when I was a medic. After I was no longer a medic, I was only given the black clothes. Question: where did you get your clothes? Response: the black clothes that I wore were given to me after I was ordered to strip off my clothes. I was given a set of clothes. First, I was ordered to clean the grass, to cut the grass when I was given the black clothes. The President: now it is time for a break. The chamber will take 20 minutes break until 3 p.m. when we will adjourn, when we resume. Court officer, can you arrange refreshment for the civil party?
The President please be seated. The court is now back in session. The AV unit is instructed to put up document with ERN 00189137, document D45/1/8. Please put it up on the screen. The President, Madame Namon, could you please have a look at this photograph? It's an aerial photograph. Please spend a moment looking at this photo and I will put more questions. Do you see it? Or can you read letters in the photo? The court officer is instructed to go to her so that you can be of her assistant if she needs help. The lawyer, we note your presence.
Thank you, Mr. President. I only want to inform you that our client is illiterate and to take this into account.
The President, the court officer is instructed to point to her the entrance to Tuol Slang. The President then. So that building is on the right hand side. The President, I'm asking about your medic house, where you stayed and worked. I mean, the other medics who stayed and worked. Where was it? The response, that house, that office was right in front of the prison. Where was your father detained? In which point or building? Response. He was detained in the D building. President, where were you detained? In which building?
What book?
The President, do you understand the map, the location? If you find it difficult, then the AV unit is advised to remove it and change to the normal view. The co-prosecutor, we would like to make a small suggestion whether we can really print out the photo from this file, the photo 00189137. No, another photo with different correction 00181396, which is the photo of the building, which would have been easier for the civil party to show us. The President, thank you, Mr. Co-Prosecutor. Wait until your time is allocated, then you can present that photo. The President. What happened to Yit Khun, another brother of yours? Do you know anything about him? Response. Yit Khun worked with my uncle at the airport and he was also arrested because Khmer Rouge believed that to dig the grass they had to root out its roots. The President, you were detained at the same location along with you, or was he detained elsewhere? Response. He was detained in the same prison but in different building. I don't know where he would have been detained, but all children of the cadres would have been sent to be detained here, no other location. The President. After 3 months of your captivity, and you claim that you were detained at S21, now known as Kuk Tul Slang, where were you sent? Next? Were you transferred at night or in the daytime? Response. I was sent in the late afternoon to Presaw prison. I was detained there and tortured severely at Presaw prison. The President, how did you go to Presaw? I mean, how were you transported to Presaw? Were you blindfolded too? Response. I was not blindfolded. I was handcuffed and put on the track. The President. Was you by yourself when you were being transferred to Presaw, or were you with other detainees? Response. In 1978, there were 5 or 6 other detainees who were being sent all together with me. commit suicide would be not a good idea. So she even told me that God could not save anyone who committed suicide. God only helped people who struggled their life until the last day. So I was encouraged to work on. Minky, thank you very much for your clarification. Since time is limited, I would like to also tell you that in this hearing, you can make your requests or suggestions after our questioning to the chamber, and you may express your requests, and you may also ask questions of your sufferings to be put to the accused concerning S21. And finally, I, with the President leave, would like to ask some questions to the accused, Mr. Kang Kek-il, regarding some certain issues he stated earlier. With your leave, I may put the questions now. The President, you are allowed to put the questions. Mr. Kang Kek-il, please be ready and respond to the questions by the civil party lawyer. Before I put questions, I think my questions would implicate the time allocated to the other lawyers, and if the response of Kang Kek-il would be included in the time allocated, I would not be asking that question. The President, your time is well calculated with the question and response. Mr. Kim Ming-ki, thank you, Mr. President. However, I would like to put the questions to Mr. Kang Kek-il now. In your statements and responses concerning the photograph, the people who were beheaded would not be taken photograph, and that you said any photograph would be taken of any particular detainee to prove that the person died, and that the upper echelon would later on be informed based on this evidence, as the photograph as evidence. The question is that the photo of Madame Chin-Maid displayed on the board at S21 is the proof of the person or of an enemy who would have been smashed. What do you think about this? Would she be the perished enemy? Another question, the civil party has already mentioned about his her father's name, Chief Chin. Do you know the police chief, Mr. Chin? And can you tell us why the person, for example, like Chin-Maid, who shares the home village like you, would be sent to Prasaw to be inflicted the hard work like slave? You also told the court that any interrogation to female detainees at S21 would be carried out by female female cadres, and you mentioned that at one point a male interrogator inserted a stick into her genital, She was your teacher. I did not know whether when the female detainee took the assignment, they still proceeded the practice. The President interrupts. Do you think that with a lot of questions like that, the accused would be able to remember and respond properly? If you were asked the same long question, would you be able to respond to that questions? So now it is time for the accused to actually respond to the civil party lawyer based on what you can remember. Otherwise, you can ask the civil party lawyer to repeat his questions if you feel like the questions were too long and that it far beyond your memory. So the floor is yours. The accused, Mr. Lawyer, first, regarding the photography. Photograph would have been taken by the upper echelon. Regarding any particular detainee, the upper echelon would like the photo to be taken. Number two, regarding the beheading of any detainee, I still maintain my position. Number three, regarding Mr. Chin, I don't know his full name, Chum Chin. I did not know where he's stationed in Stong district. I left the district to study in Kampong Thom school. I only paid a visit once in a year to the hometown, and later on I never paid any visit to the village. I remember that in 1964, the police who stationed at Stong, there were inspector police who were deployed at the districts, but I did not know them. I know the police chief Tong. I did not know Mr. Chin, so I'm frank. I don't know them. So I can only manage to respond to the three questions. If you would like to ask me further question, please, one question at a time. The President, the civil party lawyer, you have 3 minutes, including the question and response. If your question eat up all the 3 minutes, then response would not be expected. The civil party lawyer, thank you. I would like to ask the last important question on behalf of my client and the civil parties group 3. This question is to the accused. He said, in any cases, he is responsible emotionally for the crimes he committed and in the eyes of all victims. So can you please tell Madame Chinmate at this time whether your emotional responsibility, to what extent does it mean before her actually? The accused, Mr. Lawyer, regarding Chinmate, I am not responsible emotionally. I am responsible fully for the crimes committed before the court. That's all. The President, the civil party lawyers have no further time left to put questions to the civil party. Since it is now time to take an adjournment, the court will take the adjournment for 17 minutes. We resume at 11 a.m. The court official, could you please make sure that Madame Chinmate can have a good rest?
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. We will continue to hear the testimony of the civil party, Jinmate. I would like now to give the floor to the Defense Council. If you have questions for this civil party, the floor is yours. I noticed the presence of the civil party lawyer. Mr. President, Your Honours, on behalf of the civil party lawyers, Group 3, and also on behalf of the other civil party lawyers, I would like to submit a request on the time allocation for the civil party lawyers. In previous proceedings, the Chamber informs the civil party lawyers on the time allocation to the accused and to the witnesses, and that the time spent to ask the accused will not be taken into consideration or deducted from the time allocation for the civil party lawyers. If there is the case, there shall be another 5 minutes remaining for other civil party lawyers to put questions to the civil party. I would submit that the President permit and grant us 5 more minutes for other civil party lawyers. And as you have noted, the civil party took 2 or 3 minutes to consult herself. This is just my request. And as I took most of the time, other civil party lawyers did not have the opportunity to ask questions to this civil party. I would seek your approval for additional 5 minutes for other civil party lawyers. The President, the Chamber will not allow it. Now, the Chamber will give the floor to the Defense Council. If your questions be put to this civil party. The President, the Chamber already decided additional time is not allowed.
The interpreter would like to request that Ms. Jacquin activate her mic, please.
The President, the lawyer, you can sit down. You are not allowed any additional time. The President, the Chamber does not grant additional time. The time for the civil party lawyers ran out. The Defense Council, you take the floor, says the President. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, the Chamber. Jinmate, in your complaint, you claimed you wrote it by yourself. You described that you were stuffed with fish sauce and soapy water. However, during your oral testimony yesterday, you stated you were splashed soapy water or fish sauce on your face. And you also confirmed you tested the water and it was fish sauce or soapy water. There is a distinction when you were forced to drink the water or when you are splashed with water. How come there is a discrepancy in your complaint in comparison to your oral testimony yesterday in responding to the President's question? Can you elaborate on this? I myself was splashed with the water, but for the other two women, they were forced to drink the water. So amongst the three of us, the other two were forced to drink the water, and I myself was splashed the water on. This complaint is your personal complaint, and that you claimed you personally wrote it, and that you were stuffed with fish sauce and soapy water. You did not state that the other two women were forced to drink the water. My second question, in your complaint, you claimed that you wrote by yourself that you were also electrocuted. However, when the President asked you yesterday, you stated you were not electrocuted. Why there is this discrepancy? Can you elaborate? At the detention center, I was not electrocuted, but I was electrocuted at my unit when I was asked to make my biography. Jan personally asked me the questions. At the detention center, I was only bitten and I was splashed with fish sauce and soapy water. And my ankle was clamped with an instrument that I could not identify. Thank you, says Kasabut. So at Preso, you were not electrocuted. Instead, you were electrocuted at your unit. Is that correct? Yes, says Jinmet. Thank you, says Kasabut. At Preso unit, I was not electrocuted. Thank you, says Kasabut. At the place where you grew vegetable at Saang, can you further elaborate? How could you identify the location as Saang? There was an island, and next to the place where we grew vegetable, there was a river, and there were also big mango trees, and there were a lot of rows of vegetable beds. They also grew young seedlings and all types of vegetable. After we collect the production, then a car would come and collect them. That's what I want to know. Thank you, say Kasabut. So when the Vietnamese came in, you fled. Who did you flee with amongst those who grew vegetable with you? Were there any people from S21 or Preso going along with you? When I fled from the place where we grew vegetable, we all ran together. But when there were a lot of Vietnamese ammo tanks coming from behind, we fled in separate directions. Kasavut. So you said you were all fleeing together. I want to know who were those people? Those people in my group, there were 5 of us, Lane, Kane, and the other 2 whose names I did not know, but we separated at Kampong Trolai. So you did not run away with the Preso group? Asked Kasavut. No, I did not know where the Preso group went. There were many of them. Thank you, says Kasavut. Another question. When you were arrested from your unit, you presumed that you were detained at S21 for 15 days and nights. Did you ever wonder why in that room there were only Moon and Jat who were your associates, and that you did not see any other people, any other prisoners or any other people from the units? You only saw 2 other people from your same unit. You ever wonder about that? As I stated earlier, when I was arrested, I didn't know whether it was Preso or S21 where I was detained. I was placed and I was detained in a location. That was what I stated to the President from the beginning. Thank you, says Kasavut. What I said is that you might be confused from the detention center of your unit to S21 because you were detained and there were only 2 other people from your same unit. Because at Preso there were other people from other units, and that is the point I would like clarification. Thank you, Mr. President. I do not have any more questions. The President, the International Defense Council, you take the floor.
Ms. Canizares, you indicated that back then you did not know that you were at Tuol Sleng. However, recently you went to Tuol Sleng with representatives from the DCCAM organization. Were you able to find the cell where you had been detained as well as the place where you had been interrogated?
President, only to object, it was not, or clarify better, it was not DCCAM, it was CSD, the organization. And to phrase the question accurately to the civil party.
The President, the Defense Council, you can ask the question again appropriately.
Ms. Canizares, maybe it was a mistake on my part, or I don't know if it was a problem with the translation, but I believe, however, that my question was appropriate. You have indicated, therefore, that you did not know that you were at Tuol Sleng back then, and recently you returned to Tuol Sleng with representatives from an organization, and were you able to find the cell where you had been detained, and were you also able to find the place where you had been interrogated?
When I went to visit Tuol Sleng, I could not recognize whether I was detained there When I was detained, I was always blindfolded, so I had no opportunity to recognize anything.
Ms. Canizares, can we therefore say that the only element that allows you to say that you had been detained at Tuol Sleng is your photograph, which is on display over there?
When I saw my own photographs as well as the photographs of the females in my unit, I did not realize I was detained at Tuol Sleng. But probably maybe those people also from the same unit or the chief of the unit would be detained there as well, because that Tuol Sleng was a big prison. That's why in my complaint I concluded that the other 4 people were also killed at Tuol Sleng.
Ms. Canizares, if I have understood correctly, even by seeing your photograph very recently at Tuol Sleng, this is not what allowed you to say that you had been detained at Tuol Sleng.
As I said, I did not know whether I was detained at Tuol Sleng or not. I told you I was detained at a detention center, and whether it was Tuol Sleng or SMU or not, I did not know at the time.
Canizares, since the civil party confirmed to us that she does not yet know whether or not she was at Tuol Sleng, I no longer have any further questions to put to her.
The President Kasabut, you take the floor. Kasabut, Mr. President. After I heard the testimony, she said during the 15 days incarceration, you could not see anything because you were blindfolded. This leads to me wondering, how could you know that your ankle was bleeding if you were blindfolded? And how could another female detainee fix your wound if you were all blindfolded? Can you elaborate on this matter? When I was tortured, they blindfolded us, but when the guards took us back into the room, then the blindfold was removed. During the initial 3 days, we were blindfolded the whole time, but after that, when we were in the cell, we were not blindfolded. Thank you, says Kasabut, but you just responded to my co-counsel that you were blindfolded and you could not see anything. The President. Thank you, Madam Chenmet. The Chamber acknowledges that it is difficult for you to respond to various questions raised by the Chamber and the parties. And due to the fact that the events occurred a long time ago, and you had lived through the sufferings and miserable conditions. During the 3 years, 8 months and 20 days period. Actually, you had suffered before the 1970 that you lost your parents in early stage and then you were raised by your grandmother. We noticed that you have been striving to survive, and you have so far provided us a complete account of what we asked you. The chamber no longer have questions for you. You are now free to return back to your residence. Court officer, can you make necessary arrangement for the return of the civil party in cooperation with the Visu unit? And court officer, after that, can you invite E232 to enter the courtroom?
Mr. President, I would like to make some preliminary remarks related to the civil party E2/AT, and further I'm a little bit worried because she left the courtroom this morning, and I would like to be granted, after my preliminary remarks on her testimony, to get some minutes to speak to her again, because she is very moved emotionally. And for my preliminary remarks, I would need, I would say, not more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
ធ្វើការកត់សម្គាល់ខ្លីតូចមួយជាបឋមដែលលើកឡើងតែ5នាទីតែប៉ុណ្ណោះ
The President, do you want to make your preliminary remark before the civil party provides their testimony? Is this correct? Can you clearly state your observation? Because I, the President of the Chamber, cannot understand your request. Can you make it clearly? Because I do not understand what you have just said.
By yourself when you were being transferred to Presor, or were you with other detainees? Response. In 1978, there were 5 or 6 other detainees who were being sent all together with me. I don't remember. The President, do you remember the location at Presor where you were detained? Response. I was detained with other people in that location. I don't remember because the next day I would already be asked to dig pits to bury the corpse. Only in the afternoon that I would be asked to return. When I went to Toteng prison, that the situation would be less severe. The President, who was the chief of Presor prison at that time? Was he or she the chief? Response. There was a woman who was waiting to receive us. I don't know whether she was our chief, but the people who ordered us were all men. The President, the highest person in authority in that location, do you know? Please just say you know or you don't know. You don't need to answer and giving the names of other persons instead of the question that I'm asking here. Response: the chief of the prisons was a male person, but I don't know his name. The President: were there many people living in that location, and were there children and women, old aged people or soldiers? Can you describe the kinds of people who were detained in that unit? Response: there were a lot of children and women. There were less men. A lot of children and women died in that prison. The President: what kind of works were assigned to the people in general? I don't know what they did, but I was asked to dig pits to bury the children who died. The President: so you have no idea what kind of works are the people assigned, is that correct? Response: that's correct. The President: besides digging pits to bury the corpse of the children, what else were you asked to do? Response: I would only dig the pits every day, and until my sentence were relieved, then I would be sent to Prey Toteng prison, and then the Vietnamese came. The President: you said you were in charge of digging the pits to bury the children. The first question is, how far were the pits you dug from the place where the detainees would take as called home? Response: more or less, I can say that the pits were not very far. It was a brief walk. I could reach the location. The President: were you only asked to dig the pits, and or were you also asked to carry the dead body of the children to be buried in those pits? Response: I was only asked to dig the pits. I have no idea about the corpse. The President: how deep were the pits, or how big were the pits? Response: I could dig the pit with the size of 5 by 5 meter. What about the depths of that pits or those pits? Response: 4 meters in depth, about 4 to 5 meters. The President: were you digging that pit alone, or were you working with other people? The response: there were other people also who shared the work. There were more women than men who took part in digging the pits. The President, can you give us an estimate number of pits, the 4 by 4 meters pit? How many of those pits did you dig during the time you was assigned to work there before you left for Kampong Cham province? Response: I only could manage to dig 1 pit. The President, how long did you stay in Presa? Response: for about 5 months, but I worked less because I got my injured legs that I could not work hard. The President, you said you used the term tortures, or it can be interpreted that you would have been inflicted violence against you. The question is, how were you treated? Response: I was mistreated. I was beaten arbitrarily. Even I I gave some responses to them. They kept beating me. They kept treating me badly. The President, what kind of tools were used to beat you, and what kind of equipment was used to squeeze your legs? Here we are now talking about the situation in which you were detained at Presa, and how were you treated at Presa? You said your legs were squeezed and that you would have been beaten. So tell us, how many times were you beaten or badly treated? Response: at Presa prison, after leaving here, of course I had been tortured, mistreated at the previous location. When I reached Presa, I would have been inflicted the same torture technique. My legs would have been squeezed, and then a rattan stick would be used to beaten onto my back. The President, so when you were detained, when you were at Presa, you were detained in a detention cell like the way you would have experienced at the previous location. Is that correct? Response: it's true. People who were sent to Presa were allegedly not tortured, but it was just a pretext. Everyone would have been tortured before they were executed at Presa. The President, how were you detained at Presa? Response: at night they would lock the door and leave us behind, and while we were shackled, and when they asked us to dig the pits, then they would remove the shackles, but then only when our sentence or offense becomes less severe. The President, how many people were detained in those locations, in the cells, or would you be treated badly by your own or on your own? Response: there were about 30 to 40 people who would have been treated the same. It was the building believed by many as the correction center, or when the sentence would be lighter, but it was not true. The President, when you were asked to dig pits to bury the dead bodies of children, how many times were you asked to dig that pit? Response: I would work from 6 a.m. until 12, and I could only eat gruel, and then we continue to work until 5 p.m. in the afternoon. The President, were you asked to work at night also? Response: at night we would be locked inside the room. We did not work. The President, now coming back to the pit that you said you were asked to dig to bury the dead bodies of the children. Were there guards who had to be there to guard you while you were digging the pit and while the other were digging the pits, or were you all left alone to work while the guards would not pay attention to your work performance? Response: we were guarded. The guards would be sitting with guns around us. Only after we finished our work that they would walk back. The President, you're saying that the pit was meant to bury children by 4-meter pit. Do you think that the children died of disease before they were buried or died of other causes? Can you tell us about this? Response: I don't know whether the children got sick and then they would be buried. I have no idea. I could hear the cries of those children, but I cannot tell you whether they would have died of disease or of execution. The President, you said you were there for 3 months before you were let out. Where were you transferred next and how?
Response: I was told that I would be sent to Kampong Cham to find my parents. I was no longer imprisoned, and I was to be put in the Prey Doteng prison. So, when I arrived at the location, I was put into the Prey Doteng prison. I told them that my parents were those people who were my godparents living at that location. Question: you were detained at the Prey Doteng prison. How long were you detained there? When I arrived at the Prey Doteng prison, after I was disembarked from the prison, I got my other god-brother who was detained there. So I was detained there together with my god-brother for about 2 months before the Vietnamese arrived. Question: let me go back a little bit. From the time you were first arrested, Were you told the reasons for your arrest? Response. When I first arrested, I was not told of any reasons. They put the cap on me and arrested me. I didn't know what mistakes I made. Question. Did they make any record of your personal biography before you were sent to be detained? Response. I was questioned about my backgrounds, my parents' background, and about my family situation. I denied that I was the daughter of a father Pratt. I told them my father was Ruan. They did not believe me, so they put their handcuffs on me and they threatened me and they accused me of being a traitor of the Khmer rules. Question. In your biography, you put that your father was Ruan. What was the family name of that father? You only speak when the red light is on. My godfather's name Ruan. His family name was Rim. Ruan. He's my godfather. Question. When you worked as a medic, as you claimed at the S21 office, what name was you used? Nam Mom or Ruan Chantha? I used the name Ruan Chantha subsequently until the Phnom Penh fell and when the Vietnamese came in. Question. When you were questioned about your biography, did you use the name Ruan Chantha or Nam Mom when you were questioned by the security staff? Response. When I was questioned, I told them my name was Ruan Chantha. I live at Steng Song Kai, Steng Trong, Kampong Cham, and they threatened me. Whatever I said, they did not believe me. Question. When you were asked about the names of your mother, which name were you used for your mother in your biography? Response. My mother's name was Rim and the father's name was Ruan. That's the name of my God's mother. I did not dare use my real mother's name. Question. You just stated that your God's father's name was Rim Ruan. And now you said your God's mother's name was Rim. What was the surname of your God's father? Response. My godfather's surname was Rim, and his full name was Rim Ruan. And my God's mother's name was also Rim. Question. What was the surname of your God's mother? My God's mother's surname was Ha Rim. That's her full name. So your godfather's name was Rim Ruon, is that correct? As the president. At that time, were you photographed? You mean a half photo of your upper body before you were detained? Response, I was not photographed. I was detained for a short period of time, only for 3 months. Maybe that's the reason they did not photograph me. Question. When you were transferred to the re-education camp in Preso, were you photographed there? Response, at Preso prison I was photographed, but I could not find my photo. Question, at Preso, were you questioned again about your biography? Response, at Preso prison, I was interrogated for a few times and I provided the same response. I did not change. So they saw I was loyal to them. So they did not mistreat me. Question. You claimed that your entire family, totaling 7 of them, including your parents, your 3 elder brothers, and your younger brother, they were all killed. So 6 of the family members were killed, except yourself. Besides what you have described to the chamber during this oral testimony, do you have any other materials to attest to your claim? Response, what materials do you want, Mr. President? Question, you said you have tried to find the photo that you know when you were transferred to Preso, you were photographed. However, you have not found the photo, and the question is, do you have such photos for your family members whom you claimed were killed at S21 or Tulsline? If you cannot find your own photo, have you found the photos of your family members? Response, I have found all the photos of my family members, including some of my relatives at Tulsline. The President. The AV officer, can you show a photo in English? 00274367. Can you show this document on the screen, please? The President, Madame Namon, can you continue or would you like to have a little break? Namon, I would like to take a break. The President, the chamber will take a 10 minutes break for the civil party to consult herself.
The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. Madame Namon, how are you feeling now? I hope you have recollected yourself and that we can proceed further. Response. I have recollected myself, Mr. President. The President, thank you. So we now proceed. Our question is, the AV unit is advised to put the photo up on the screen again. Photo with ERN in English 00274367. Another one 4368 and 4369. Is anyone from the Western unit present? Said the President. Please, if you are, go close to her so that she can feel warm. And the proceeding will be proceeded just a little while, then we will adjourn. The President, Madame Namon, could you please look at the photograph? Do you recognize him? The AV unit is advised to remove the photo, said the President. The President, the civil party is very moved and emotional to look at the photograph. So since it is already time to take an adjournment and to give more time for the civil party to recollect herself fully, the chamber will take the adjournment by now, and we will resume the session next week on Monday at 9 a.m. Monday the 13th of July 2009 at 9 a.m. So parties to the proceeding are invited to come back. And Namon, the chamber will end its session today, although we still have a few other questions from the chamber and from the parties, and we have noticed that you are very emotional when you see the photo, so we will only hear your testimony on Monday next week. The court officer is instructed to make sure that Madame Namon is well assisted so that she can go home. The security guards, please take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back to the courtroom by 9 a.m. the 13th of July. The court is adjourned.
State your observation. Because I, the President of the Chamber, cannot understand your request. Can you make it clearly? Because I do not understand what you have just said.
Yes, thank you. I would like to make some preliminary remarks concerning the testimony of the civil party E2/AT, and I would need not more than 5 minutes for this.
Yes, Ms. Studinsky, are you talking about E2/80 or 32? That's where the confusion is arising, I think.
I am sorry. Yes, I correct. E2/32.
Sorry. The President, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, our client will dare to reveal for the first time her story, which is much broader than it appears in the victim's information form. She is strongly encouraged by so many witnesses and civil parties who dared and started to talk about their stories. She has never talked before about it, and except recently to the lawyers. Her story will include, among others, following facts. First, her personal relationship to high-ranking Khmer Rouge relatives, like her uncle Eun, most probably spoke him, the Secretary of Division 310. Second, she will talk about the fact that she had a training to become a medic and that she subsequently worked in Tul Slang as a medic. Third, she will talk about the fact that 2 of her elder brothers worked as well in Tul Slang. And fourth, she will talk about the accused and her observations that she made, how he was personally and physically involved in treatment. I want to be very general at this point towards 2 of her relatives who were imprisoned in Tul Slang. Our client is therefore very excited, discomposed and nervous to speak today before this court. But she is strongly willed to give a full testimony because she is now less scared and dares to speak out what she could not do when she submitted and filled in the victim's information form that you, Your Honours, and the parties know, which is included in the case file. So it is expected that she will be sometimes emotional, overwhelmed, and will face difficulties to continue. And I plead to the Chamber to take into account this special situation and the fact that her family will listen and will hear for the first time this story, and therefore I plead to the Chamber, if this occurs and when she needs more time, this time should be granted, and without calling on her to control her emotions, these emotions are necessarily going with her testimony and are also evidence for the chamber, non-verbal evidence, and should be taken into account and into consideration, and to wait. That is one option until she can continue, or as the President already has practiced during the last days, if necessary, to give a break, grant a break for the civil parties. These are my submissions, and of course only one last remark. What I have listed here, the facts which she will, about which she will talk here in the court, are not exhausted. These are only examples and short, very short summaries, and we will hear, and the chamber and the parties will hear, and the public her whole testimony. This is, of course, not all. So far, my observations, and thank you very much.
The President, Judge Silver Cartwright, will take the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Ms. Studinsky, for outlining those matters and explaining that it was only after you had further discussed her testimony with her that you learned of these additional matters. Can you help me with some information about when you first met with E232, or when any member of your team met with her, in order to prepare her for the possibility of coming to court and or filling out the right information for the court's benefit?
I do not remember. It is a long, I would say, long time ago. I do absolutely not remember the date when I discussed for the first time with her her story, but it was revealed and disclosed for me and my whole team recently. That was before this session in the, not today, the session in the court, but 2 weeks, less 10 days, I would say, ago, when I requested additional time is needed for the civil party. I did it immediately on the next day in court, but she did not disclose it before, and that was the fact.
Thank you. Can you confirm that it was your civil party group who put this person forward as someone who would be a useful witness for the court to hear? Was it on your suggestion?
Yes, that is true, but of course...
well, I'd like to just ask one other question then. So when you put her forward as a witness, you had not gone thoroughly through her information, as you have done very recently.
I discussed with her, but she did not disclose the story.
So you have met with her twice or 3 times?
For this discussion, twice, but once, a long time ago, and then very recently, 10 days ago, or 1 week ago, 10 days ago, I think.
And perhaps just for the general benefit of the lawyers for the civil parties, it might help to know that the trial chamber many weeks ago had an assessment taken of witnesses to make sure that they were able emotionally and, if necessarily, physically to give evidence in court and also to seek advice on how best to treat such witnesses in court. So observations that are made perhaps have been made without that knowledge, and we are all, of course, very experienced judges and perhaps don't need the advice always that you give us. Thank you.
The court official is now instructed to bring in civil party Nam Mon into the courtroom.
Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi peut-être...
Mr. President, Ms. Canizares says, may you please allow me to put a question? Could you please ask my colleague if she might have documents that are different from those that we have or complementary documents to present during the questioning of the civil party?
The President, Ms. Tudzinski, are you able to present any additional document? So far as we observed, we only knew that there is no any other additional document except the one that already filed in the case file. Are you now in the position to provide those documents? Because normally the parties propose such document.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, there are no additional documents. If not, I would have provided them to the Chamber and the parties, at least until today. I don't know if at a later stage the additional documents can be found, but so far I do not have, or I'm not in the situation to have additional documents. Thank you.
The President, your name is Nam Mon, is that correct? Response, yes, Mr. President, I am Nam Mon. The President, do you use other names other than Mon? Response, I would be also called Rươn Chan Tha. The President, when did you start using the last name, Rươn Chan Tha? Response, I used this name in 1975. The President, what about Nam Mon? When did you use this name? Response: the name was used when I lived with my parents. Later on, when I settled down in Phnom Penh, I then used another name, Rươn Chantha. The President: what is your official name registered in your local community? Do you still use Rươn Chantha or Nammon? Response: Nammon is the official name here at the current day. The President: between these two names, other than these two names, do you use other names? Response: no, I don't, Mr. President. These are the only two names I have used. The President: how old are you this year? Response: I am 48 years old now. The President: where do you live and what do you do for the living? Response: I live in Kya village, Kampong Siem district, Kampong Cham province. I am a peasant. The President: where were you born? Response: I was born in Romia village, Kampong Siem district, the same province. The President: what is your father's name? His name was John, but when he came to live in Phnom Penh with us, he changed to Prak. What is his full name? Said the President. When he went into Tuol Slang, his name was Chuan Yon. The President: when he used the name Prak, what was the full name back then? Response: he used Yit Yon. Sorry, correction, interpreter. Yit Prak. The President: is Yit Prak. Is that correct? The President: do you know when was he born? Your father, I mean. Response: no, I don't. The President: what is your mother's name? Currently, her name was, at the village she was Tos, but now in Phnom Penh she would be called San. The President: what is her full name? Response: her full name is Khun To, now changed to Khun San. The President: Khun So or Khun To? Please repeat your mother's name. Response: To. When was she born? said the President. Response, I don't know, Mr. President. The President, how many brothers and sisters have you got? Response, I have 5 siblings, 4 brothers, 1 sister, and I am the only single daughter in the family. The President, where do you come in the family? Response, I am the 3rd children in the family. The President, can you tell us the names of your brothers? And starting from the eldest brother until your youngest brother. Response, I can. My brother was Run, then Noon, then Khun, then I myself, and the youngest brother named Yon. The President, you said there were 5 siblings. Now, after what you have told us, we seem to miss 1 person. So, Khun is the 3rd child. So, you the 4th child in the family, right? The President, can you tell us the full names of your brothers? They used the family name Yit, Yit Rươn, Yit Khưn. The President, what about your youngest brother? What is his family name? Response, his family name was Prak Yon. The President, the Chamber has received your civil party application to join as the civil party. Our question at this moment is that whether you would like to seek reparation, civil reparations on your behalf, or would you want the civil party lawyers, your civil party lawyers, to act on your behalf? Response. Regarding the civil party reparation, I would like to allow my lawyers to act on my behalf. The President. Now we are talking about the damages, physical and emotional damages. Can you describe about them a little bit to the court? Response. I am now fighting to find justice for my parents and brothers. The President, you have decided to join as the civil party in this case. So how are you related to the facts in which Kangek Eo alias Doge is the accused? Response: I have suffered a great deal because my father was detained along with me and my brothers at S21. And I would like to tell the court that my father had worked so hard, but after all, he was detained for no reason. The President, so in conclusion, the reason you have lodged your civil party application to join as the civil party in this case, and that the facts that are related here are the facts that have the relation with S21, now known as Tuol Sleng or Tuol Sleng prison. And number two, it is related to the security office S21. Of course, you said your fathers were detained along with your brothers at the detention center. Is that correct? The response: that is correct. The President, are your brothers related to the crimes committed at S21? Response: my parents, my brothers were directly detained at Tuol Sleng prison. I know the location very well because when I worked in the hospital, I was working here at Tuol Sleng. The President, it is not yet time that that you know the premises correctly or clearly. Tuol Sleng prison. Of course, now it is well known as Tuol Sleng. The chamber is going to hear your testimony concerning that matter, but we would like to ask a few more questions before that. The question is that whether you are here because you are here on behalf of your brothers and on behalf of the other relatives who were detained at the location, and what happened to them actually, and what happened to you in person. And another brother of yours, the youngest brother named Prak Yon. I hope you understand my question. So, what happened to your family members? Your parents, your brothers, the elder brothers, and your youngest brother. And what happened in particular to you that makes you join here as the civil party to seek justice for them and for you? Response: I am here today to seek justice for my family. My father came to Phnom Penh in 1974. He had been working for the Khmer Rouge since we were young. In 1975, he was evacuated, and the President interrupts. Please wait, you will have the moment to tell us detail about the facts, but please answer to my questions. Were they deceased or were they detained and then released, and were all of them executed at the location? And tell us about this question, this matter a little bit, because it is just the introductory matter to the other matters. We would like to know about this brief information before you can have the whole afternoon to tell your accounts. So, what happened to your brothers and the other people of your member of the family?
Namon, Mr. President. The fact was that my father was detained at Tul's Line. He was the chief of logistics in Phnom Penh. In 1977, he was arrested and detained at Tul's Line prison along with my other siblings and my mother, including myself. We were detained and cuffed at Tul's Line. My elder siblings were ordered to kill my father. The President. So it means your parents were arrested and sent and executed at Tul's Line. What happens to your other three elder brothers? What were their fates? My two elder brothers were used as guards at Tul's Line. They were ordered to kill my father, and later on they were killed. I saw the event with my own eyes. The President, what happened to your younger brother? Was he dead or he still alive? Namon, my younger brother was also arrested along with my mother and detained at Tul's Line. My mother also died at Tul's Line along with my younger brother, but they died at different times. The President, you yourself, you were detained at Tul's Line. How long were you detained at Tul's Line, and when were you released? And after you were released, where were you taken to? Namon. I was arrested and detained at Tul's Line for about 3 months. Later on, I was transferred to Preso. I was shackled in one individual cell. The President, until when were you released from Preso prison? Namon. Toward late 78, I was transferred to Predodeng prison in Kampong Cham, and later on I was rescued by the Vietnamese soldiers. Thank you, says the President. Thank you, Madam Namon, for providing preliminary information. Because now it is time for a break for lunch, the chamber will adjourn and it will resume at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Court officer, can you make necessary arrangement for Madame Namon? In cooperation with the victims unit, security guards take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back before 1:30. The chamber is adjourned.